Haven't done a raid in a hot minute. Dang it, I already messed up. At the right ruins. Just messing around with some window sizes here. Might be wondering what the souls are for. They're for secret spells, never before seen. But the one dose modified remedy is. Dude, withdraw. Let's have Entity Hider off. That's on. That could have been a little bit more optimal, but didn't matter much. Really? It goes there? Okay, I guess. Like the new series, thank you very much, man. Like that secret technique right there. Hold the thrall, or yeah, the volatile just for a split second. I messed up the setup on this guy, but I forgot how to do this, boss. I'm just face tanking right now. Kind of forgot how to red X. There it is. Free points. Bow blowpipe. Blowpipe is better, but webweaver is way more chill for like high-end bow runs. It's a little bit more specific to like the 500 plus I'm doing though, because I have a swarming method that works decently well with webweaver. But if it was like, let's say, a level 1 Kephri or a no overlords Kephri, I would still use blowpipe. A lot of different factors that make it like worthwhile for me to do. But there's a FAQ in the video description if you want to see like my thought process behind why it's okay for me to do it. What do you do for this? Swap left click to... Don't want to quick use it, right? Just use? How would you ever... How do I... Is it not allowed for me to switch it? Tombs? Quick proceed. Run. Use. And then I'll just edit it myself, right? Oh yeah, so it does like... It spawns you like right on top of Kephri. That's nice. Oh. Lag. No one saw it. Dude, move, game? Hello? Oh, I love dying lag. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Game be like that sometimes, I guess. Do be like that sometimes. What can you do? Looks like you're killing kind of late, but I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't think I was. But the fact that it happened twice makes me think it was more lag. Like, I do usually click around the, like, later ends of a tick, but... I had to put on my tormented. Oops. It was definitely not worth waiting for it, but I was committed to the idea of waiting for that guy. Would have been better at the webweaver, that guy, because he's like so lit. Aw, I killed the other volatiles, that's depressing. I griefed this monkey run pretty bad. I redo it. I kind of have higher standards than this. I don't think I'll ever take a 255 on God. Means redo it. Like, I might be PB hunting, but like that's silly. For me at least. So I don't remember replacing it with this soundtrack either. What is it? Companionship? Best of companionship. Alright. That guy just runs away like a little dirty rat. Dang it, I messed it up. I'm like so bad at monkey room after taking a break. I'll just do it again. Easily, I'm not taking it 3 minutes. Why no Eternal Boot setup? Oh, I'm just trying out something else. Pretty sure the Eternals is better. I'm just trying out a Metafight setup. Where, I like Metafight when this is about to run out. Because I kind of want the levels for Kephri. I don't think it'll really matter. But I don't want to try some like new Kephri tech, essentially. But turns out, if you don't do ToA for like 2 weeks, you become kind of bad at the monkey room. Eternal Boots only saves like 10 seconds anyway of the whole raid. Which is like one of the better switches for 540, but... Blue Potion, Metafight Remedy. How did I switch in this order? Oh my god, I'm just sitting on Venom. Dude. It's venomous. Don't hit me. Hit me a little bit, please. $14 HP, we can make this work. Why am I trolling so bad? Is it like I'm noodling? Is it I'm just being bad? It's a little noodle, but should never be 307. Shouldn't, honestly, if I was like playing correctly, I don't think it should ever be slower than 235. So you don't want to switch prayers this mushroom, which would you prioritize? Oh, the English doc, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you would honestly just switch your prayers. I don't really know why you wouldn't, but probably do melee for most of it, because like there's like thralls and melees at the end, but like there's no reason not to like pray mage on like some of the early waves, for example, where there's gonna be only mages hitting you. There should never be a point where you're like not praying at all, like against whatever's hitting you. Like here, it's like you have literally nothing else to do. Might as well not take potential for like 20 damage, you know? Like in this wave, for example, I'm gonna pray range just because there's gonna be a bunch of ranges coming out. And then here I'm gonna pray mage because there's a bunch of mages out. And then afterwards, it'd probably be mostly melee afterwards, because it so happens to be there's gonna be a lot of. I'm gonna waste this one, I don't care. Are you kidding me? It killed my other one. That's so rude. And then I have 3 shamans. Alright. Like you see at the end ways, I'm pretty much always praying melee at this point, because there's like just a billion melees out. Oh, why do you blow up there? I'm genuinely baffled of why that one blew up. Did I get too close? Oh well. We'll let it slide. 245. Oh. I'm manually changing these to like quick use because I want the not quick use one for Kephri. The regular use for Kephri will allow me to enter the room a tick earlier. I trolled a tick there. Well, at least I'll get 3 stepped unders here. How do you deal with this type of ToA Xing? Last phase of Baba. Can I hit? Holy moly. I cannot believe it. No! I forgot to Remonite. I meant to Metafight right there because that would cancel out the rangings and my imbued heart. And then I would be, you know, like 112 magic right now with 112 ranged. Or, and then I can preserve for Kephri. But whatever. Is what it is. The last phase of Baba, I mean, there's a few ways you could do it. I essentially usually do a 2-to-1, and if it does a slow shadow, I'll do a 6-to-1. That's like the best way I can describe it for the last phase. So the way I like to step under is I let this guy hit me 0. A tick after it goes away, I'll step under. And then I'll just do a 2-to-1 without moving. If it does slow shadow like this, I'll just hit it essentially until here. And then I'll do 3 step unders. That's the first. Second. Third. And then I don't really drag it like I normally do, because I don't want him to be offset before. Like there I obviously dragged it because I got to boulders, but you saw I was walking away, so that Baba is like available to attack me at any time. Same thing, shadows. I think shadows after rocks a little bit funny, because then you can't really like do that. But there's probably like a better method if someone wants to find out, but works enough. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like doing the phase 1 and phase 2 correctly, and then kind of like doing regular 6-tick red X if you get like chunked down enough to the point where you're gonna die in 1 hit. Like that's still very efficient. If I didn't have ODL on, would I bring Laborer over Altar? Maybe for Voidwaker sex? Well, I think someone mathed it out, and Altar's better when it comes down to like Kephri and stuff. But if you're doing like a team raid, the main appeal to having Lightbearer is for 2 reasons: DDS for P2, and ZCB for either Zebak or for Wardens, or both. Even better, right? If you're not going to be like, if you're missing out on some of those benefits, then like slowly and slowly the altar becomes more appealing. The best way to put it. We use Oh my god. I'm just on top of Kephri just like that. Now I wish I still had my magic levels. No one saw that. Like, that's what I wanted the meta fight for, because I wanted to be able to mage when she pushes me that far back, but... How much time does a range trap method take for you, Kephri? I'm gonna guess about 45 seconds to a minute. Compared to just like AFKing it and not doing any swarms at all. Oh my god, I'm out of chins. It's a disaster. I ran out of chins. It's not that bad. I'm not greeting that Fang, no way. I don't think I had time. Can't believe I didn't find out about the Kephri entrance deck for like a minute. Wait, can he range me here? Ah! You live. I'm a little rusty. Don't blame me. No chinchonkers. You know, the funny thing is, if you want max points per hour, you should actually basically let him let Kephri heal it full. And then just keep hitting it. But I don't like doing that. Which is not where Redemption's supposed to be. I was reordering this for some alt purposes. I think Redemption's supposed to be one to the left. And then the mage levels, every time it knocked me back, I was planning on like you know, maging Kephri when I get knocked back, but because maging Kephri isn't like good DPS, but it's a lot better than like basically doing nothing with your ticks. And if you have some magic levels, it's alright-ish. I think generally, if you're gonna lose like 3 ticks, it's better to just, you know, send a mage at it. And the way it works, the Kephri entrance deck, by the way, it's really simple. You need to have the crystal on not quick use. It needs to be on a regular. And then you just have to click the boss as soon as you press yes with number 1 or something. I don't like the mirror solver. I know my things already anyway. I have it on again? Oh yeah, for the video. For my own raids, I don't like it. Swap left click. Be humble, Akka. Don't switch on me. Thing was roughly 540-ish. I'm expecting him to TP, right? Noodle. I'm gonna bring melee there. I don't think I have the timing right. Was keep back hard for you at first? No, for me it's actually really easy, but I mean, there's a lot. I've done a lot of Nightmare, and Nightmare's also a 6-tick monster if I'm not mistaken. So I was very used to like keeping back like whenever Nightmare melees. The only thing I had to keep track of was this guy's no animation. It was a little bit funky, but Damn, that last phase was fast. I stabbed him. No. Loses ticks on Grandis. Oh. At the clip. Have you tried a Pal World? Nah. I don't think I would enjoy it. Oh, swap. I'm gonna manually swapping these. Oh my. Why am I flicking? Better things to do than flick in a 540. Leaning back. I think I would enjoy probably Power for a little bit, but I don't think it's a game that long term I would like playing too much. But I do watch other people play it. I want to keep one of these. Yes. I'm gonna show you something, guys. Something possibly legendary. Come on, give me the pre-solve, pre-solve, pre-solve. Come on, just boom. No. You win today. No pre-solve. I don't even know if a boulder can spawn there, to be honest. Jesus. My shadow's built different. Oh, I can't push this one because I would have to pull it if I wanted it. And we are now 124 magic. But fortunately, we can still hit 84s, so it doesn't matter. There it is, the 84. The range hit me a 0 anyway. That's cool. Like I'm purposely praying mage on ranges sometimes if it does the blood barrage, because I'd rather it not heal more. But hey, if it zeroes me, I won't complain. I'll let that one heal me, it's so lit. By the way, watched a Winter Summit and someone said Reno won a Gift Summit thing. That was not me, I think. I should have checked my email just in case they like had some auto entry thing, but I don't think it was me, unfortunately. I regret letting him heal now, because now I have to shoot him for another 20 seconds, no way. Wow. If I didn't let him heal right there, I would not have to shoot another 20,000 fangs. This was on drop. Only when if I reacted to the Discord post, yeah, that was not me then. Oh. Swap left click. I know the Tombs of Amepken plugin has a quick proceed as the default, but I turned it off for Kephri. Doesn't it teleport you closer to Kephri? Yeah, if you use the if you don't use the plugin and you like press 1 yourself, yeah. Get a tile closer to Kephri, which is kinda nice. I think I'm gonna bank the Mask of Darkness rune. So much work to use, and I suck at it. I'd rather have the Eternals, most consistent time save. Oh, forgot to jam out the rolls. Turns worth bringing. Only if you're gonna be doing 540s. Like, they're pretty bad otherwise. Like, even a 540, we have like a juiced up Zebak. It only really saves you like 13 seconds on a whole raid. But on average, you're only gonna save like 10 seconds. So, not really, most of the time. But that 10 seconds does happen to be better than most other switches. It's a more future-proof setup anyway to have it. I forgot to change up my thrall, but whatever. I don't think it ended up mattering. Oh, this one's slow. Seems like a 34 or 35 minute. I think this is supposed to be there. I don't remember where these things are supposed to go. I started hiding some because I just don't want to put them back on, but whatever. Get a little overheal. Why not? I think we do another dodger. Oops, didn't see that one. Never purple, dude. Can I show log? Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll do it like this. Not very good, to be honest. Only 3 shadows. About 30 of every, Fang Liper. Bunch of Masori pieces, at least. Actually, no reason to blast a shaman. What is my gear right now? Alright. Everything is somehow back in order. Alright, just one shaman. Possible concept with both tridents, like a 540? Probably not, but definitely, like, depending how skilled you are. I mean, you could do it. Not a 540, but you can do some like really high invocations with both a trident. Would I recommend it? Probably not. I think it'd be more like worth your time just to sit around like low 400s until you get shadow. Yeah, at least turn the timer off. Probably do 530s. But you would have to do some really annoying stuff that's not too efficient. Like 4-tick butterfly on Akka, I wouldn't recommend, but... Like that's straight up just like kind of inefficient to 4-tick butterfly. It's pretty much just so you take less damage. I would just do 400s, honestly. Like if you have a... What? If I take butterfly with try, oh, that's really bad. I wouldn't do that. I would honestly face tank him until he switches to another style. Because Trident is just so bad DPS compared to like your Bofa and your Fang. You'd rather just take damage and have him switch and like accept that's just part of like going fast. Face tank it, Akka viable with Lightbearer, yeah it is. Especially if you have Sun. If you don't have a Sun, it's still viable. But it'll just be more painful. You can use blowpipe specs on shadows. Highly recommend, well you don't have to, but if you want to make it even more consistent, you can like uncharge a Sang or a Trident to get runes for Death Charge too, depending how you set up your rune pouch. And you can proc Death Charge on all 4 of the Akka shadows, as well as the very last bit of Akka when you like kill them from 20 to 0. And that'll give you a little bit more spec to play with too. I think that's what, 75% more spec? Pretty nice. Was I regular combated for some of that, Bob? I forgot to redivine. Oops. That is so freaky. Not use that. I think I lost that tick I would have gained. I'll have to get used to that. Not very fast at switching. 1, 2, I lost that tick anyway. And then I lost more ticks later. I'll get over it. Looks like I'm gonna be forced to wait anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. No. On a close range one, I think I just manually path. Is there content in this game that you would recommend for a PVMer to truly improve their fundamental skills? I feel like my skills haven't been improving recently only due to ToA and CG. For me, I would say Corrupt Gauntlet, but honestly, it's like a variety of things will always be good. Like, there's a lot of tiny skills that you'll obtain throughout like every kind of PVM. Like, for example, if you do a lot of God Wars or a lot of Dagonoth Kings and you're truly trying to be very efficient and not taking damage and stuff, you're going to end up learning how to flick the minions, right? And that's going to be helpful for, you know, Dagonoth Kings. It'll also be surprisingly useful for Inferno. There's not really anything you can do in particular, like, there's no, like, training area. And you have to always, like, push yourself to, like, learn new skills. All Sepulchre is great for movement, yeah. So does Segment is, like, you'll find that also very helpful. .443 for a level 3. I think that's pretty fast. I would say that's pretty fast. I'll tell you, the Monkey Room solves are nothing like the Inferno solves. A little bit easier. That was a joke, I know. But tell that to Reddit. They unironically think like Monkey Room is like extremely like the most difficult piece of content in the game at this point. I swear at least 3 times a week someone complains about the monkey room. And they play it just like they played it before. They don't touch the volatiles. And then they're like, oh. I actually don't even know why they would think it's a puzzle. You know, I understand the other 3 rooms are more like kind of like puzzles, but doesn't mean everyone has to be a puzzle. Can't melee prayer? Yeah, they probably get blasted by the majors. Well, they probably like sneeze on the shaman and then leave it alone while it mages them to death. I actually think the monkey room is good. As someone who just reset monkey room like 4 times about half an hour ago, because I felt like I was doing bad at it, I think it's good. No, everyone compares it to Nilo and says like Nilo's way better. I've done like 2,000 Tobs. I've done a lot of League Tobs, and my opinion of Nilo gets progressively worse as I do more of it. Personally, like, I like Nilo too, but like I don't think it's like that much better than Monkey Room to warrant it being a good argument for it. Like, I've done a lot of I would say. Like, it's whatever. Nilo's Nilo. Honestly, if you're in a good team for Nilo, you're like hard capped by the room itself and not the like boss RNG by like a few extra seconds. Because that's how consistent Nilo gets. I wish it was a little harder, personally. At least in like hard mode, maybe not for normal mode, but like you realize very quickly, like if the room could throw in more Nilos at you faster, you would complete the room faster. And I think it's kind of lame. Whereas I don't think that is the case for Monkey Room right now, where if they throw more monkeys, people would necessarily be able to complete it faster. At least most people wouldn't be able to. They say it's better because it's predictable because you have to memorize all the spawns. Is that good? That just seems different. I don't think it's good. I'll agree, like, it's different, and that in itself can be nice. Like, oh, unlike this, it's... But I don't think it's necessarily bad to have dynamic spawns either. Because in terms of, like, the regular monkeys you get, those are always the same. It's just where their spawning is different. I think the team version kind of sucks, the HP scaling, though. The HP scaling is kind of wonky. I think they should give you more monkeys and they should have the same HP. They shouldn't give you, you know, juiced up monkeys that have like 500 HP. That's kind of lame. Inferno has dynamic spawns. I don't see anyone complain about. Yeah, exactly. Like, dynamic spawns can be good. I think they could make it so that, I mean, I wouldn't mind if they put the volatiles, I mean, I don't think they could handle this kind of intricate coding and like spaghetti, but I wouldn't mind if they always, let's say, put a rule like, if you're going to have a shaman or whatever and a volatile on the same wave, space them out at least a minimum amount of distance. But just so you don't get like those weird times where you have like it's kind of a aid solve. All right. You don't have those like weird times where the volatile like basically spawns right next to the shaman and you're in Narnia and then you have to like pull it like a whole wide circle. Which is why I have this weird Mask of Darkness spell, because I want to use an Undead Grasp to help with that, but... What's up about this Seercull? Like, I think both static spawns and dynamic have their own ups and downs, but I don't think it's a good argument that Nyla's better static spawns. I don't think memory of spawns is good or bad, you know? Not everyone enjoys memorizing things. You know how I know that? A lot of people don't like school. I don't like school. I like memorizing that stuff, but I don't like school. Yeah, that was a very general statement. Like, there's at least one volatile per. Yeah, I think there is. It is a little bit more annoying when you have like 3 shamans on one side and like volatiles. Oops, hit me. I think team scaling for the room could be way better, but I wanted to do Awaken Vordorvis Axe Enthusiast, and then I realized there's some solves that are straight up don't work. Like if they do all 4 diagonals, you can't be in the 25, unfortunately. Someone got me upset. But I think that most of them are solvable still. Tanking that on Prey Mage was actually on purpose. They wanted to heal. I don't think he could hit 59 or whatever I was. If I can, then. Why Mage Zebak? It's actually pretty much the same DPS as ranged when you use a Seercull, at least for 540s. Because the main benefit to ranged Zebak is either if you're not gonna hit like a 20 BGS, it's not really that worth. And it's so that you can wear a light bearer ring and basically like launch a ton of DPS specs. But when you're in 540s, you have overly draining on, so you don't really get as much benefit having a light bearer on. So like there's not really a point to range Zebak in these kind of invocations. It's also in yeah, the video description. When is episode 2 of the Noob series? Eventually. I have the script kind of written up, but I'm still refining it. You know, writing scripts for like Noob series actually takes a really long time, because I have to like reread it like a billion times and make sure I don't assume anything. Like, I don't want to assume you guys can like click, you know, like sounds simple, but I have to explain like when you should flick and when you shouldn't. Like, because if I just say, oh, you should lazy, if I take a very broad statement like you should lazy flick offensive prayers because offensive prayers only need to be active for that first tick, people are gonna lazy flick at, let's say, like Baba, right? And then they're going to wonder why whenever their prayer's not up, piety's not up, why they're getting absolutely manhandled by Baba. So I have to be really careful with like random things they say. About to read the script a few times. I don't know when I should, but eventually I have to go over how to do 32.4 Krondis and do the Kephri puzzles efficiently, because they're not really appropriate for the first episode, second episode, maybe even the third or fourth. But if I don't go over them, people are gonna be doing like 1 minute Krondis and like over and over while they're learning, and that's not efficient. I have to like figure out what the priority is, teach next. Like, I'm pretty sure no matter what, I'm teaching Monkey Room next in episode 2. But I don't know what I should go over. Like, it's a new friendly. I have to keep thinking about it. Like, I have like a baseline. Like, I'm gonna go over Monkey Room. Probably gonna go over, I don't know if I want it to be a separate episode or in the same episode. I'm pretty sure separate. And I'll just do 2 uploads close to back, or back to back. It'll probably be the 2 puzzles, the Monkey Room, and then followed by a full run to explain basic mechanics of every room. Because I think Baba, Kephri, and Zebak are all simple enough that you can combine into one episode. Akka I've already gone over, so like that helps. And then I could probably just do Wardens at the end too. Like, might as well be full run, but that's 4 bosses. I have to figure out how to explain the mechanics easily. I assume like the audience has never done a single ToA, and I don't want to assume they know like anything. And I don't want to write the script right now for Wardens. Does Blood Fury work on core? Doesn't. No. It'd be so OP if it did, though. Really like the idea of progressing through important infos. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about the 150 I'm recommending, of course, and then I'm gonna talk about why I would recommend like some other things first. I just had to go over Feeling Special episode 1 though, because Feeling Special is so like S tier invocation that like if I'm doing a learning series and I see anyone not having it, by the time they're at 300, I just like feel nauseated. Like, what's the point of the series? You have a guide on butterfly transitions? I do not, but maybe I'll go over it at some point. It's kind of hard to explain how to do it. Like, I know I do it based off the tiles I have marked. I know when to like move based on where I like, you know, procced and stuff. Honestly, the only advice I have is if you're watching like a VOD of mine of my transitions, just keep skipping ahead on the VOD until you get to, you know, 60, 80. See the position I procced it in and see how I moved. Generally, they're pretty good. Only watch like my more recent ones though, because I only got a little bit more efficient on those the last like 50 raids, I would say, to 100 raids. So we're doing 540 vital max gear. Depends on your definition of max gear. If you have like Shadow and maybe like Virtus or Ancestral, maybe you don't have like Torva or something, you can still do like 540s. There'll be some downsides, like you might have to 4 down, or you might have to bring like an Elder Maul to 3 down or something. If you don't have Tbow, that's fine. Tbow's pretty unnecessary for 540s. You only need a Bofa. You just need something for P2 essentially, right? You might go a little bit slower not having Masori, of course, for Monkey Room, but that's like an okay loss. But I would say like Shadow is probably the main requirement for doing, at least for farming 500s reliably, as someone who's probably a little bit newer to farming 500 plus. Shadow's like the big one. Just make sure you have that. I'm not planning on teaching Butterfly in this series until I'm getting to about 450 plus. I was just answering a question in chat though. Butterfly isn't something I'm teaching until I'm assuming the player has Shadow. And I would of course explain why I don't think 4-tick Shadow is, or not 4-tick Shadow, why I don't think 4-tick Butterfly is good. Obviously you don't want to be, you know, AFKing on your Trident, which is like half the DPS of your other things that long. Just like your switches are, you know, an important part of your inventory, bringing more foods so you can tank Akka and have him switch to better DPS is essentially a switch. They have a 4-tick butterfly method? Yeah, I know. You definitely don't want to be 4-tick butterflying though. It's so bad. It's only good if you're doing like a kit run and you like don't want to take damage for that one specific reason. And the guides are all geared toward money raiding, like doing raids consistently at that level. Not doing one and dones where you like cheese. The downside of 4-tick? Well, you're gonna be... It's okay if you're... It's not even... I don't even know if it's okay, but... Do I really think the Whisper GM time takes 30 minutes? Yeah. Yes, sir. That's when you're very experienced at the boss, though. I see a lot of people, they just kind of like bring the SBS, those will go in there, and they're gonna take forever if they don't also know how to time their mage attacks to make sure they're always 100% damage. So that's like a pretty important skill. One thing I don't see a lot of people do for Whisperer GM, although they should, to improve the amount of like not resetting. If you hit your Ruby and your like first shadow's like a noodle, you should basically like stand max range and see if the next shadow is gonna be good and proc you over 80. Because if it is, because you're max range with your shadow, you'll be able to squeeze in another big shadow instead of immediately phasing it like I did in my kill. That's like an important skill to have. Like, to improve how much you're gonna have to reset and stuff. Same thing for like if you're going from like 80 to 60 or whatever the timer the next phase is. If you want to make sure you're max range when you hit that proc shadow, so that you can squeeze in another 100% shadow. But four tick butterfly is not good because when you're four ticking, there's only two things you can be doing. You can be using a bowfoot on the shadows, or you could be using your trident on Akka. Neither are particularly great. Bowfoot on shadows is okay-ish, and that's like a little bit of a niche time you can do it because you also need Akka to be on melee. Using a trident on Baba is essentially just a waste of your time, and you're just losing money doing that. Like, your DPS is literally like a third less than using your other weapons you have available. So like, there's no reason to do that. People, they butterfly when they have Shadow, because Shadow is the best DPS you have in Akka no matter what. There's no, there's not really an alternative to butterfly. Like, you either butterfly if you have a Shadow, or you sit there and you just do Akka normally. That's what I would recommend. And yeah, you're gonna take some damage, but your Akkas are gonna be way faster than if you just, you know, continue running in a circle and noodling him to death with your trident. Never. 345 no insanity? How dare you recommend such a thing? How dare you? Now I assume you're being sarcastic though. I've seen ToA a few times. He's memeing. Pretty sure I've seen him a few times. How did I miss the occult switch? Still one hit though. What are my switches? If you're actually not joking, you gotta pick up a sanity quick, man. Even if you gotta run it at like 150, you know, it is what it is. You gotta pick it up at some point. How rude. Bruh. Can't do this to me. Oh! What have I done? This is no bueno. If I die, I die. I died. I had to, like, I was just getting rid of the bad RNG, you know. I was just getting rid of the bad RNG. Was good, Bosman. Only a Bofa for wardens. That's fine. Like, you can do 400. You can technically do like 4 inches of that, even with a sanity on. You do gotta practice, like, you know, not getting hit too much, of course, but comes with the raid. Gotta stop dropping stuff here. Oh my god. My switches are terrible. What if I stand here, if I can lure it like this? Let's go. That's Seercull, so I can reduce Zebak's mage level. So I can be more accurate when I mage him. Should I do level 2 path for 500s? No. 500 flat, I'd probably do pathless with overly draining. Seems the most chill. That's what I would recommend, at least. I wouldn't really do level 2 path until you're pushing straight into, like, at least 525. Level 1 pass is like the worst one. I don't even know what the timing is right now. Can't believe I had a 0 with my bone dagger. So rude. messed up there, but whatever. Didn't matter. You do 500 invo, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just the same as the 540s. You just take off the +2 paths. There's nothing special to it. It's the exact same setup, pretty much. At least if you're doing, yeah. There's nothing to do it. It's the exact same setup. Just take off the +2 paths. You're chilling. That's it. You know, overly draining, all boss invos, all Akka invos. Is BG better than Bone Dagger with no overly draining? Yeah. The only small bit is that you won't be able to use Bone Dagger for Kephri, but that's not a big deal because hopefully you'll have access to Void Waker anyway, and you can disband Void Waker specs for Kephri instead. Just make sure you have medic on. I don't think I'm gonna do medic for a hot minute. I've got some decent experience doing medic, but so aids. Dude, that's so weird. Not use that at all. Entering Kephri like that. If you saw, I spawned a tick closer to Kephri. But you have to like click the boss, and it's kind of weird because I find it really easy to move by accident. Huh. I've lost my brain prayer. Also just dunked in the wrong spot. Where is the right one? 15? Whatever. We'll just do it the old classic way, not swarm. It's fine, we'll get more points like this anyway. Be a little bit of a slower raid, but it's not a fast raid anyway. Do I Seercull, Spec, Obelisk, and Warden? No, it's just Zebak. Oh, I did it too late. Sad. When can you move prayers? I think it's been a few months. Which button is it again? I forgot I occasionally use that prayer, actually. Oh my god, I'm trolling. No, I've dropped the... Uh-huh. I made an error in my gameplay here. We reset. Some crazy attack, I know, right? Look how fast I finished the raid. Have you ever seen someone finish the raid that fast? It was like 8 minutes and I finished the whole raid. World record, for sure. How did I switch like that? Whatever. My switches are everywhere right now. Oh, it was worth it. I don't even care. No one can convince me otherwise. It's funny, I had like a year to do that switch. I mean, that puzzle. So it actually wasn't worth it, but Oh my god. Don't kill me. I messed up the timing. Okay, it wasn't worth it. Can I ask you why you bring Eternals? I've been following your setup, doing 5 times consistently and finished with a Restore 2 at the end. Well, simply as Eternal saves more time than the other switches you could be bringing into the raid on average. You could bring in, let's say, range switches to improve your consistency at like Akka, do a little bit more damage on P2 and Monkey Room, but at the end of the day, you're actually probably on average saving more time with the Eternals than anything else. There's not that many more switches you can really fit in that saves a lot of time. Nothing will save you like more than like 10 seconds, let's say. That's pretty much it. No other competitive switches. You might think like, let's say, bringing range and stuff, right, is worth it, but that's only worth it if you're going to be like ZCBing with Lightbearer, which in a 540 you can't because you have overly draining, and that would just be not worth it. You can squeeze in like, you know, 2 more ZCBs or something. But it's only going to save you like 7 seconds, and right now you have to bring bolts and the ZCB, so that's 7. For Zebak, that's 7 seconds. You can probably spec a little bit more on wardens and stuff. Dude, my clicks are so bad. Dang it. Try to withhold that guy. I want to keep him alive. But I think I was too slow on doing it. That would have been nuts. Having an extra brawl there. I think I would go for the DT2 rings first. By the way, I think they'd be better because you could still do 540s with bandos, but you would have to bring some more annoying switches, of course. Oh, that's rude. This rocket is in my face. Like, I'm pretty sure you could 3 down if you bring Elder Maul and Torture. I mean, if you want to, you could always do 540s. Not 540s, 525s, which is the same thing with overly draining off. Did I mess up? Yeah, I did. BGS still worth bringing for Forge of the Shadow. Yeah, you should still use it on Baba. And that's pretty much it. Should still use it on Baba. Should Voidwaker or Kephri. Because BGS is worth more than a Voidwaker. But it's up to you, like if you don't want to, then it's not a big deal. Because you could just spam Voidwaker on Baba. They'll die pretty quickly anyway. How much time save do you think BGSing Baba is? Well, it depends on your invocation, but for example, this kind of invocation, hitting a bone dagger, pretty much saves like 30 seconds. So if your Baba's on average maybe like 20 seconds, you'll probably only save like 20 seconds or 15 seconds. But on average, that's, you know, quite a bit better than Voidwaker. But at the same time, if you're using Shadow and you don't have like a Tbow, that's really only going to be the only place where you would be using it. So it's up to you to decide if that's like worth your inventory. It's comparatively to Voidwaker, you're probably only saving like 10 seconds. 11, 12 seconds maybe? I don't know. Whatever. Watch your Awaken, Levi. Why are you upset that you stun so much? Just because it was slower. And I felt like I was cheesing the room. I think perma-stunning Awaken Levi feels a little bit cheesy. Feels like I'm like actually conquering the boss itself. I feel like I didn't really learn anything from completing it, to be honest. That's a mechanic. Yeah, but you could complete it faster. That would be displaying a higher mastery of the boss. You know? Well, the whole purpose of the mechanic for Leviathan is that you stun when you're uncomfortable with the speed that it's currently at, right? And, you know, dealing with its existing attacks and stuff. For me, spamming specials on Awaken pretty much is like saying, hey, like, I'm a wuss. I can't handle it, you know? Which is like fine if you do it every now and again, but like when you're spamming, you're basically saying, I'm not comfortable with any of the attacks that Leviathan is throwing at me ever. And that makes me feel like a bad player. How much harder is both for Leviathan? Both for Leviathan? Well, it's BIS below certain HP thresholds. Awaken, quite a bit hard, I would say. The tornado is a big deal that makes it a little bit harder. Old man switches. It starts off also faster, which I don't really mind. I'm pretty good at getting the one-tick prayer flicks, even at max speed. The problem is I'm not good at handling the tornadoes. I'm surprisingly really bad at the ending too, where you have to move at the same time. I thought I would be better at that. I'm pretty bad at that. That's not the way I wanted to do that. I didn't mean to move back. It'd be worse, I think. Oh, now it's pretty bad. Now my movement's pretty limited. Oh. As bad as I thought it would be. Shares instead of Eldermaw also works? Oh yeah, true. I think the only thing about it is you only get 2 specs though, not 3. So you have to whack the very last one. Which does kind of decrease the value on the SGS. But I'm getting 2. Just stop procrastinating. I should make that video at some point. Maybe do a take or 2 today. Some tomorrow. Hopefully have it ready before Wednesday at least. Seems like my sound replacer plugin got broken too. How's Alka not attacking you straight away when he's right next to you? He can't attack right after butterfly for a few seconds. Not after butterfly, right after coming out of memory, or Simon says. There's like a delay before he can attack you. I don't know what that delay is. All I know is that there is a delay. Take advantage of it. Maybe it's like 3 seconds, 5 ticks. I don't know. I just wing it. It's absolutely massive. Imagine they let you stack Seercull specs. Holy moly. Every boss in the game would be trivialized. In at least a group setting. Like imagine X. Everyone rolls up in circles. It just does 0 damage. What? I just realized this entire line is poisoned, except for where the jugs were. I was like looking for a tile I was open. I was like, huh, there's none. Any interest solo next? Absolutely not. That looks like the worst thing I would ever try to do to myself. It looks so absolutely mind-numbing. I would never. You're just sitting there running underneath the boss and eating sweets. Then hitting it once in a blue moon. Where's to repeat? Never. Price check on all that gear? I think about like 5-6 bill. Not sure. I know Shadow and Tbow itself are 3 bill or 1.5 bill. 3 bill combined, obviously. You don't need the Tbow to do the raid at all, but Orva and Shadow. Well, Shadow's pretty much mandatory. Dang it. Missed. Orva's super... not mandatory. I could bring an Elder Maul. I have the space for it too. Certainly helps. Will not deny it. Ambrosia cures poison? Nuts. Today I learned. It's a very useless fact, but today I learned. I'm gonna guess about 4.5 bill. Is there a reason to fight the other warden first? Yeah, you don't like yourself, and you have low self-esteem, and don't think you can pray against something. I don't think, honestly, there is a valid reason to ever do the other one. Kind of disappointing, because I would like for it to be the other... Like, I would like for it to be kind of like... preference thing. Like, it's not... Like, Zebak isn't even hard to react to. It's so slow, pathless, that I cannot... actually think of a valid reason anyone would actually want to do the other one, like, you know, Akka Kephri. And Baba is no, like, it's simply just easier than Kephri every way, because no aerial assault. I don't know. I don't think there is. The worst thing is you even get chip damage. No. Minus 2 seconds on the raid. Didn't give him the firmly grasp it. Dang it. Forgot to switch thralls. I think we have bombs next, right? Or do we already have them? Yeah, whatever, I'll just heal up now. I feel like not needing the Giga Sweaty Orchestrats. What do you mean? You mean like butterflying, or you're talking about like switching in general, or with stay vigilant? Butterflying? Oh yeah. I mean, you just take it. I think both is worth going for before ToA and Iron, or could I just skip it? It's a hard question, because ideally the answer is you go get Rigor Augury at Chambers, then you go do Corrupted Gauntlet, and then the rest of the game is essentially unlocked, sort of. You don't need Fang for Chambers, but it's nice. I don't know if it's worth grinding for Fang in 300s. I would say probably not. But like Fang is obviously really nice for Chambers. Get a good Tecton weapon. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, to be honest. Like, as an Iron, I assume if you were to rush ToA, it'd be so you can get a Fang straight up right away. None of the other drops are particularly appealing early game. Obviously, there's a chance you like spoon a shadow, right? But I don't think that's realistic. Butterflying is not too sweaty, though, I would say. I find Butterfly not that bad to learn and execute. Maybe Tick Perfect transitions are kind of hard to learn, but still, in terms of execution, once you've learned it, it's actually not very sweaty. If you had to click one tile at a time, like when the method was first invented, then yeah, I would agree. But I think it's pretty chill. already have Arcane. Yeah, but Augury's kind of bad. So I would say try to get Rigor and then do Chambers. I mean, if you want to spice it up and you're getting bored of doing Corrupted Gauntlet, there's no harm in doing some Dragon Crossbow runs at like 300s, you know? Or 350s. I don't know what you think you can handle, but... If you have a good spec weapon, honestly, like let's say D-Claws or Voidwaker or something nice, you can probably go straight into 400s and just have like a really bad time at some bosses, but still complete it. You know, like if you wanted to have an efficient but really, really slow run, you could do it with a Dragon Crossbow and like use your DPS spec to kind of cheat the very end by just kind of, you know, adrenaline and dropping a ton of specs on Warden. But that's like, you know, really dependent on your setup. It'd be weird for you to have D-Claws and like not Bofa, but... Four-tick Butterfly's aid? Yeah, I don't know about Four-tick Butterfly. Four-tick Butterfly would be really bad. But I just face tank it in the more... If I didn't have Shadow, I would just face tank it in the normal game anyway. I've been doing this, the Whisperer, for 3 days. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Are you going for Tick Perfect on all your shadow attacks? Because you should not be, actually. A big tip I have is, well, plus my setup, you can add in Voidwaker to the very end. Saves you like another 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds-ish. If you're about to phase Whisper, like let's say from like 85 to 80%, and you don't think your shadow is going to phase it or whatever, you can purposely time it in a way where you can get, or let's say Whisper is like 80.5%, right before phasing, better way to describe it. You can go to max range on purpose instead of being melee range. If you see like my video and Mogul Kirby, we're basically melee range because we hit well, but if you have it at like 80.5% or something, stand as far back as you possibly can, and that way you can actually squeeze in 2 max damage shadows on that phase, which will really help your odds. And that's not something you can really sim, you know? That's just like... It's kind of like the same concept like what I'm doing now, where I'm standing max range from Warden so I can squeeze in extra shadows. For Whisper, it's really, really important because, you know, during special she has that crazy damage reduction from all damage. That'll help your odds. And you do this for every single special that you can, where you stand max range right before she procs if you can. Does Angler versus Gutha Express make a massive difference in terms of time? Are you talking about at Whisper? Well, you should never be eating with Angler, ever. Like, Angler is a pre-eat before you start the room, which is fine because, you know, you want to be 122 for the Venges, so you don't have to click as many Gutha Express later. But it doesn't really matter, no. Even if you did it at 99, you just have to click Gutha Express more often. If you're actually eating Anglers, that's going to be really bad. I don't think you can actually feasibly get that time if you're eating Anglers. Like mid-kill, you're eating Anglers, that's really bad. I assume you're not, because like, no, you probably already know about that. But it's more like QL, so you don't have to click Gutha Express so much. $33.5. No way we don't get a purple. Why am I doing 1000 ToA? Like, funny cape. Any chance you could take a look at my question about one salt raids? What was your question? Let's see. Hey, I just recently started doing need some help. How do you manage with one salt? I use one dose on Zebak, but then I always run out of my second dose by halfway through P3 Warden. How do you manage? Well, first you want to just make sure if your salt's running out, you're preserving. You should check your DPS calculator to see where you're gonna actually start losing max hits. Because going from 125 to 124 potentially isn't that bad if you're not losing max hits. Now, I don't know if you have like a Shadow or Bofa or something, but if you're not losing max hits, don't resalt yet. Like if you saw that very last raid I did, I let myself drop to 123. Doesn't matter because I still hit 84. The accuracy difference between 123 and 125 is like non-existent. Same thing for Bofa. If your Bofa max, it's going to be the same. Don't resalt yet. Just resalt later. Make sure you preserve on. I haven't checked the calculators to see like how every setup's different, but you'll have to check on your own. And then lastly for P3, that's fine anyway. Even if you are losing some max hits overall and you're just resalting on cooldown, what you should do is use up your brews early. Not touch the other healings that you have. For example, you're not brewing at Zebak, right? Because obviously your salts probably ran out by then. For P3, you want to have used your brews earlier in P1 and P2, and then you'll have your ambrosias left, which don't drain your stats when you use it. That's pretty much it. You shouldn't ever need to brew at P4. Like, you know what I mean? You can ambrosia, that's fine. But you shouldn't have to brew, which is very different. Brewing is gonna destroy your stats. And then you just preserve when your salt's running out. It's fine. Like, that's why it's like really good to, if you are doing like 400s, you can also run bandages. And what you can do is you can use your brew, and then you'll still have the bandages, and maybe you'll have like one dose bandage to also pop at P4. That's fine too. The bandage doesn't affect your stats other than HP. Like the 400 I think I was running was, I think I was basically running this. I don't know, something like this. A 35-minute timer. I was running this Reforged as 400s so no help, and I had died off. I like this setup because bandages are super broken. Yeah, you need to have on a diet off for bandages. I turned on Ancient Haste and I turned off bandages because this is a little bit more net HP. No help needed. You're guaranteed to have one Brew, one Restore, one Scarab, 2 doses of Ambrosia, and 2 doses of the bandage. And the bandage efficiently is what's the correct word? Effectively is 200 HP, which is like 3 brews worth. It's kind of nuts. So it basically makes, like, in terms of HP, having this is like having needs some help in terms of HP, and you profit more points and need some help. If you're struggling with time, you don't think you can make 35, you could also try this. I wouldn't recommend it too much. It's fine. This would probably make your raid a bit of a joke. This 400. You just probably you probably take like no damage at wardens and you'll have like a billion supplies left doing something like this. Probably still complete the raid in like 38 minutes or something or less, right? But yeah, I mean this is a decent 400 setup. I don't like more overlords personally, because it probably adds like an extra 2 minutes to your raid, but this is probably like the easiest possible 400 to consistently complete without having to worry about time. And like, yeah, if you want to even make it impossible, pretty much impossible to die, you just do this instead. Because honestly, penetration is probably gonna kill you more than ancient haste. I don't think ancient haste will ever kill you, but penetration is kind of annoying if you like mess up. Yeah, I mean, I don't like overlords either, but as much as I hate it, not swarming is probably more effective for points, I mean drops per hour anyway, because, you know, hitting a full HP Kephri for another like minute and a half is a lot of points to get. As much as I don't like it. I think someone said they're doing the same 540s I do. They don't swarm, so their Kephri instead of 5 minutes is like sometimes 6.5. But their drop rate is 18% compared to my 17, which means it's technically more drop rate for them and for me to not swarm. I still swarm because it's more fun, but oh my god, I'm doing a 410. Let me out. What do I get? If you got a suggestion for someone running money 500s to make it to 540, just practice keep back on 400s. Yeah, whatever you want to do it on. Like, you can practice it. You can technically practice just Akka, like the classic way. You know, you just run in at like 50 invocation or whatever Akka is, and you can practice that way. But you could always do soft core. Whatever do Dolos like no monkey. Looks sweaty, but his drop rate is nuts. It's I believe his is actually less efficient than these, because he doesn't really play both accounts efficiently. Before we go in, change this. Like, he takes like what anywhere from 45 to 55 minutes to do it, and his other account is like dead half the time. So he only gets like a drop rate of like what, 1 in 4 or something? Maybe like 4.5. I don't know what his drop rate is. Every time you open the chest, I want the 1+1s. Also, you need to keep in mind that his drop, I don't know if he displays his drop rate on his stream in terms of like you see how on the left here I have my drop rate? If he's got the same thing, his counter is actually going to be inaccurate too. Because his might say something crazy, like, let's say like 28%, but you need to keep in mind that the majority of your points are going to be at Warden. And when you're doing a 1+1, there's a mechanic in the drop rate that prevents you essentially from like milking Wardens for that long, you know? If that makes sense. You can only get a certain amount of points for Warden. And obviously, because he's doing a high skilled raid, He's probably met that point cap. Of course, his counter doesn't know that. So his counter might say he has like 28% drop rate when in reality he only has like 24. Not my best monkey room, it's gonna take forever. So where like all the damage I take half the time is just because of I'm running in Venom. Let me look at the mistake tracker. I wonder how much I took in Venom. 3. That's a lot. Any benefit to Curse Scepter? Not really. And by not really, I mean not at all. Oops, that was a little bit early. What changed about ToA since League? Nothing from ToA itself has Alright. Nothing in ToA itself has changed. The only thing that changed slightly was that a Cursed Scepter got bug fixed. That's it. Nothing else. So previously, a Cursed Scepter would roll off 0 invocation defenses, which means you would be like, you know, like 70% accurate on Zebak or something. Now you're only, you know, like the normal amount that you're supposed to be for your invocation. So for 540s, I'm only like 30% accurate now, which does change the setup slightly. Oh yeah, thralls also target cursed baboons correctly, you're right. Why am I dragging it down? Yeah, whatever, worked out. They also made it so you have to use the correct thrall for P2. Can't just use ranged and melee for everything. You have to actually use you know, mage for the one that's weak against mage and range for the one weak against ranged. But otherwise, nothing big. Any benefit to... wait, no. So would max mage a Cursed Scepter be smarter for me? I'm confused by your question here. I mean, if you can get a shadow, and we're talking ToA, you should get a shadow. ASAP. It's just so good being able to butterfly Akka, which is like consistently very high DPS comparatively. And then you also have access to like cheesy methods like I'm doing, which is like dropping all your range switches essentially, other than the bare minimum, and then maging Zebak. It's easy on the inventory. But like regarding a Cursed Scepter, it doesn't really have anything to do with the setup itself. Like Seercull is in my setup because I can be more accurate with Zebak for it. But on average, Seercull doesn't save like a crazy amount of time, especially if you're not doing overly draining raids, which are, you know, pretty advanced for the average player, which is, you know, 500 plus. If you're doing like 400 something with your Shadow, you wouldn't bring Seercull because you would just launch a bunch of Voidwaker specs or ZCB specs, wherever you're using. Pretty much, if you don't have overly draining on, yeah, just send your best DPS spec instead of using a Seercull. You can probably make the argument that a Seercull is worth more than 2 Voidwakers, which is true, but it wouldn't really be worth the slot in that case because you would be saving way less time. Like, I think Seercull on average for my kind of raid saves about 17 seconds. For 515, you would then be comparing Seercull to 2 Voidwakers. 2 Voidwakers already saves you like, you know, like 9 seconds probably. Not really. It probably saves you like 5 seconds. So then you're getting way less value. I don't know how much time 2 Voidwakers would save you, but that would be the mentality. I lost a tick getting that swarm. Yep, 1 extra made it in. Probably stab this guy instead, actually. Is Shadow Zebak better than Bofa? It might depend on your setup, but yeah, overall Shadow Zebak's gonna be better. Maybe not if you're running like Arams, but probably if you're running Virtus or better. Or maybe like a piece of Virtus or better. I don't know. I don't know the breakpoint, but yeah, overall it'll be better. Oh, I'm gonna get ranged. Very humble. You know what I find the most cringe CA personally? Perfect Wardens should not require multiple players at all. The only extra mechanic is that you have to share the orb and P1 obelisk. And I downright feel like Walter White whenever I play perfectly and then someone at the very end gets snagged by 1 lightning at the end. and ruins perfect wardens. I'm just like, you know that scene where he's talking to Jesse and he's like, why should I be punished for your incompetence? I feel just like that. Please let me get it in solos. I'm begging you. Send me. I've escaped the cage. It's a level 4. We're gonna be here for a hot minute. I hit any lower than this. Oops, ran too fast. Oh, so humble. Let's go. Messed up. I done goofed. No chances taken. We will heal. We'll drop the arrogance. Such a chance. I wonder what the actual chance of me dying is. It's probably like less than 5% there. Because I was like, what, 59 health or something? It was there. Can you please tell me your rune light setting to shift click through an NPC? Don't know what the setting is. I'll be honest, I can't remember. Maybe some other soul will be able to tell you. I don't remember which setting it is. I can Google it after this, but I do not know what it is. Menu entry swapper? Oh, well, that's probably it. Oh, I can't stun now. I should be kind of careful. Rune light can't shift walk. Let's see. Maybe you have shift rebound to something else? Is that possible? It'd be possible. Like, for example, pinging on the party plugin, maybe? Oh my god, I just got hit. Guys, look, secret technique if you ever have to do this in a team raid. You have to block the croc, stand on the corner, can't eat the tree. I will now do my walk of shame to the waterfall. I have it bound to ping, but I don't know. Two? That's disappointing. Like if someone messes up the water and you get a block, New block. Standing in the corner. Like, you'll never do it in a solo, because you have to get the water, but kind of cool. Proc block. How many solo shadows have you gotten these 540s? Why do you hurt me this way? Come on, bro. That's messed up. Sat meaning 0. I'm dead. No. I didn't shoot the jug. I forgot to shoot the jug. There was a few ways I could have survived that, but I reacted too late. Unfortunately, because I didn't adrenaline for the Seercull, which was kind of sad. Bad luck. Yeah, I mean, I could have found a way to survive though. Unlucky. Oh, what was I doing gearing up? I was hoping you'd say several so I can complain about not getting one in 55 perps. Oh, I am dry for shadow. I'm complaining, don't worry. I think on raid I'm supposed to have 5 of them almost. I have 3, but like 100 of these. The worst part is of those 3 shadows, 2 of them I had to split. And probably like over 100 of these purples are solos. So I've only really technically gotten one in, what's it called? One in like 100. Down pretty bad. Why do I use preserve for this? Let's see. Show me the log. Sure. Whoa, Baba, what you doing? Are you moving? That's my log right there. Yeah, I know they're a little early, but whatever. Be like that sometimes. Game doesn't want to give us money. What's after 1K KC? Another 1,000 kill count. No. I don't know. I don't think that far. Like, if I still enjoy ToA, I'll probably run some every now and again. But there is no real goal after it. $10K Draenor Labs. I do need the squirrel pet. And I deal some deeps. Thank you, Thrall. Made up for me. Is it normal for a Baba pre-room to be the worst for me? I would say probably for most people, yeah. Most people don't know how to solve the room correctly. It's not about just hitting the monkeys the correct styles. That's not the only thing to the room. You have to know what to prioritize in terms of, like, I'm praying against 10 different things, right? Only 1 or 2 things can hit me. Logically, you would probably kill those 2, but a lot of people don't apply that logic. They just keep hitting everything in the room. And then properly utilizing the volatiles to take care of the high priority targets like the shamans. People aren't doing that either very well. Move, game! Maybe I canceled it by clicking Kephri. Maybe copium. I don't know. Maybe lag. I don't know anymore. Unlucky, I guess. Wonder if I canceled it by clicking Kephri. Probably did, to be honest. TBH. Oh well. I've died twice to that today. Well, can never be my fault. I will only blame the game. Don't take advantage of volatiles, that's for sure. Yeah, that's a huge thing that will save you a lot of time. Well, thank you for asking your question, because guess what? We're in the mucky room. We'll do a commentary. 30s to 540s, yeah. I mean, it takes practice. I just got a 212, it's funny. The last monkey room. So you always want to kill these while you're like picking up the first hammers. I just like to stand on this vent or something while I'm waiting, because there's a chance 50-50. I always go for the major first because he's the one you can generally access faster compared to running for the ranger, which can spawn anywhere. Mage these 2 while hiding from the shaman. It's okay if he spots you for a split second, it's not that bad. Find the volatile. Usually you can kill 1 ranger, and you want to just basically stand where the volatile will blow up the shaman. Get whatever's closer for you here. Ideally the majors first, because once you kill 2, the next wave will spawn. If you have volatiles, have them help you out with either the ranger or shaman. Sometimes you'll get a shaman. If you get a shaman, that's the highest priority thing to go for. Always kill the ranger here first. If you need to, you can pray mage here. And there's these other guys out. Like here, for example, right? I'm not gonna hit these guys because the volatile will take care of it for me. And then I can just hit other things on the map. Like, similarly, I'm not hitting the shaman because I know for a fact this volatile will help me out with that. I blew myself up with it a little bit, but whatever. For this one wave, when you have rangers and meleeers, I always go for the ranger first personally because he's the only one that can hit you through your protect melee. Then you can kill everything else. There you go. Every worst room. Yeah, I can see if you don't swarm it, it's pretty bad. Yeah, you would definitely want like Chinchampas or utilize the volatiles to help you clean up the thralls. I had to move under him there, but whatever. Sure. Like if you're not utilizing the volatiles, you can essentially see it as you're not really doing the room correctly. Which is probably why you find it really hard, because you're basically going through a brute force method at that point. Damn, can't red X when the rock is right here. I don't know why, but when the rock is blocking like a lot of tiles from Baba, you can't do the red X thing. Jesus. Unlucky is that? Slight chance here. $24 HP. I think what we'll just do. Never mind. How's it going, Warmus? Nice to see you around. It's going. Hitting boss. Hopefully making some money. I've been kind of bored of RuneScape in general. Yes, we will now 6 take red X. But I was getting really bored of doing the desert treasure bosses. I wasn't resetting, by the way. I was just like killing them. Kind of like go for the Grandmaster times on the side. And there's like a board of them. That's why I'm doing ToA. Now I'm kind of bored of ToA. Basically just doing these. Maybe I'll get a fast raid and I'll get a sub 30 and that'll be fun. I would like the first sub 30 540. Great. It is possible. Oh, these times, but playing some 2K. Never played a 2K game, to be honest. I've seen it, but never played it. Oh my god, I'm a dirty walker. Didn't matter, at least. Lost a tick, it's doomed. Low roll the bone dagger. 439, pretty fast. Kind of did it wrong, but whatever. I should have broken this right away. Whatever. Because I did pick spec anyway. I could just let this barrier go down. Just, you know, mine it right away. Still one down it. Not the greatest transition on that one. Not bad. Even got a cheeky heal at the end. Also tick. Hello, does the chat work? Sometimes. Smelling salts are regenerating my run energy. These thingies. Sorry, I don't pay too much attention during butterflying. It's kind of hard. I am also multi-streaming, so it's a little bit hard to keep track of both chats. Oh, I should have kept that jug for the pre-solve. I swear ever since I started playing Mage against Blood Barrage, even if it's ranged, my times have gone up so much. I feel like Zebak's straight up like almost 10 seconds faster. Just tanking those range hits anyway. I say heals like 30 almost when it heals. That is a lot of extra time. I think you could have meleeed me there. I didn't mean to be in melee range. Dang it. Got to throw again. Oh, did it too late. Not a big deal though. pretty sure if I killed skulls, this would be sub 32. Losing ticks. We're sitting. Not using the better mage spray. Doesn't really make a difference at this boss too much. I could go the prayer. It doesn't really make much of a difference. The purpose of skulls get more points? Yeah, pretty much. More points for the raid. Chance of the purple. How the fuck is there never a goddamn just be like that, you know? The worst part is, come on, I'm like the only guy that says, I'm one of the only people, I'm the small minority that says I like the monkey room. Guys, give me a pass and at least give me a purple. Come on. I unironically like the monkey room. Hand over the purple. No. Store. Like double trouble, you see? Where are our purples? So rude. You have to love it? Oh no. I don't love it. Oh, he lives. No. Oh, it worked. Let's go. Are you kidding me? I've been dragged. We misclick. Lose high amounts of HP as punishment. Yeah, they drain your prayer, they smite. Oh, we do a little griefing, it looks like. I don't know why I thought I could get away with that. I was really slow on the switches. Plus a little noodle, 55. Not ideal. Not ideal. Tips for speeding up the raid. So you're gonna need to hit a lot harder and lose no ticks. I mean, it really depends. Like, that's too vague of a question that I can't really answer for you, to be honest. You're gonna have, like, it's gonna have to be room to room, like how to speed up. Honestly, I don't really want a 6-tick red X. I'd rather leave the raid. Where's the other place you're reading chat from? YouTube stream. If I didn't blow myself up at volatiles and step in all that venom, I wouldn't have to 6-tick red X, and I would be able to enjoy the raid. But I messed up. I'd rather do Monkey Room again anyway. What I should do? I should do this. Put away the Eternals, and I am going to AFK this raid. Takes me like 30 minutes to do a 400. You guys doing 500 plus, 35 minutes or under. I mean, like, there might be, like, still that's a very vague, like, statement. Like, what's your gear difference to compare to those people doing 500 plus? If it's the same, then you're gonna have to look at it room to room to see where you're going slow. Like for Monkey Room, right? As an example, for Monkey Room specifically, are using volatiles correctly to help you out with killing shamans? Or maybe you're overdoing it and you're losing a billion ticks doing it. Are you wasting time killing things that your volatile could have killed for you? Hold this for a second, Mr. Volatile. We are awaiting... Never mind. Didn't work out. I was hoping I can get the melee on it, too. That was definitely not worth it. Ooh, this will be juicy. I thought that would kill. No. Mine is 5 seconds. And like maybe you're butterflying without a shadow. That would be humongous DPS loss. I messed up my 5-to-1 timing. There you go. I was just one cycle too early. We fish, nothing. I wonder what's the fastest I can possibly complete this in with my best rooms. Maybe like 29 minutes overall. If I like combine my very best of every room. Why am I flicking? I have like a billion restores. I'm chilling right now. Oh, 930, yeah. I think so, somewhere around there. Because my 30-30 got like a not so great Zebak. And it's got a pretty average Kephri, but it's got a super good Monkey Room Baba. And it's got a decent Akka. You know what? The rate's not that fast. We'll just kill him. It's fine. Why did I think the Karis wouldn't kill? Oh, 50. My leg. My leg. Well, it's good points anyway, doing this. Humble 50. Yeah. Say that. What am I do you consider the bone dagger better than BGS? 500 plus. The reason I'm saying specifically 500 plus is because that's when you want to have overly draining on. At no other invocation level would it be good to have overly draining on. Sub 30 might be realistic in a show. Oh, you mean like consistency wise? Probably is, yeah. Honestly, that's probably like the best money raid you can do, right? Like a S30 trio. I assume it'd be the same thing, so like 550, I guess. Be really juicy. Pretty much drop rate capped almost. Oh right, I forgot. I haven't done this lure in a while. I'm not supposed to have it stand there. Yeah, whatever. Not that fast rate anyway. Don't kill me. Ah. Okay. Everything is under control. Everything is completely under control. Being able to swarm both down. Oh, that would be a huge bonus. I didn't even think about that. A second down. You play your roles right, you might even like not even have someone needing to chase down the arcane. Like someone could just be waiting there. That'd be nice. I mean, you would have two people swarming, right? I assume, and technically one person killing the arcane. I don't know. I don't do enough team raids to know how that works. Surely, like the person in charge of the arcane is just Tbowing it or something while potted. Because that's like probably the most probable way to keep it procced. Like a cross map wide. Like after the first down. At least while people were swarming. Oh, that was so slow. But it is kind of expected. Not swarming, killing both rangers. Probably great for the points at least. Shadow or Tbow? Oh, true. Shadow's fine too, I forgot. Shadow's good DPS. Bro, I think also if you're Tbowing the arcane, you hit big, and you like send another arrow anyway, the second arrow, it's kind of like... Does it get nulled? I can't remember. No, I don't think it does get nulled. Back when I did team raids like... few months ago, I think it still stayed the damage. But then it might just like double teleport really fast or something. Yeah, that's what I remember. I was like, does it get nulled? But no, it doesn't. Oh, that misclicked? Oh, just switch on Miyaka. Nope. Spared. I don't know what the most consistent way to proc Arcane is other than Fang. Oh, Voidwaker and ZCB, I guess. I don't think it's got enough HP to ZCB though. By the time you get to the second down. I wonder if we can insta-proc it with... I wonder if we can hit a 110 with ZCB on it on the first down. I misclicked. I've gotten meleeed like 8 times as Akka. It's on level 4 Zebak. Waves combined with blood cats. Unlucky. It's gotta be slick with it. There's no real tip with it. It's just like you're gonna have to handle exactly like how it sounds like. You're gonna be dodging, running around in acid, and then running through waves. It is just annoying. There's nothing you can really do about it. You'll just have to find a good spot to move around in a circle. It is what it is. Yeah, you could wave skip too. The only thing is if it's like really close to you and you're not like good timing with your wave skip, you might just get clouded for a half second. Could be worse. Like I wave skip occasionally too sometimes if like the solve is really annoying. Like Narnia into like melee range. I'll wave skip those. the release of level 2 Akka. But really humble, because I got meleeed like 8 times. Doesn't really do anything to make it easy to deal with. I mean, it's mostly like you run away from the blood clouds far away enough, and then you wave skip. You know what I mean? All wave skip does in that scenario is basically remove you having to also be in the right position for the wave, which is good, by the way, because like that's one less thing to worry about. But there's no strategy to really dealing with, you know, 2 mechanics that can't be done at the same time. It just have to not be at the blood clouds, and either wave skip or be in the position for the waves too. You gotta keep it moving. That's really what blood clouds are. Is just a movement check that you're not standing still, because you know you can run right through them and stuff. There's no like super easy way to do it. It's just like know your movement well, don't ever stop, and you're good. Like for example, if you've ever done hard mode top, if you ever had to deal with, or even just top in general, if you ever had to deal with running on the yellow spot on yellows while tornadoes following you, it's the same concept. You need to be at a certain place at a certain time, and you can, that's how I imagine it to be with waves and blood cloud. You got to keep it moving, and then you got to be in a certain place at a certain time. The wave skip just makes it so that that certain place can be anywhere along the wave. That's all it does, but that's why it's useful, because you remove the whole I need to be in that one spot of the wave. How do you know when to bone dagger there? Did you mean for Kephri? You're probably behind on the stream. If you're talking about for Kephri, you just do it as she's waking up. Hopefully like a little bit. I want to save ticks there. I would use my ranged weapon and then mage Zebak, but got kind of lazy. Is it only bugged in solos? Yeah. You can hit jugs of shadows. You always can. You just can't. You just can't mage them while they're stationary. Is the only thing. I don't think you can, at least. You have to make sure someone else is attacking it. Like, you still can't hit it right off the rip. It's just in solos, you're the only one attacking it at all times. So it'll always be looking at you. That's why you have to wait until it's waking up. It is dumb that you can't do it at the beginning though. You've been switching to bow this entire time. But yeah, I mean, you've been more efficient if you have been using bow, so don't, if you have the habit already built, don't stop now. Like it's still a good habit. The ranged weapon has no cooldown on it, so you should be like doing range into shadow right away. I just got super lazy. Yeah, some solves are also just don't work without a ranged weapon. It's, like if they make it so that you have to push and then shoot like in the first like few ticks, you cannot do that with a shadow. The shadow slow projectile speed will literally get you killed. Oops. I panicked a little bit. I didn't notice that brawl would bring me to one prayer. Some of the new CAs? I did Vardors and Whisper. I haven't even tried the other ones yet. I mean, I don't really care about the combat achievements anyway. I just kind of did them because, gives me an excuse to kind of go back to the bosses. Right now, I'm pretty much kind of killing Vardors anyway, because I still need to get an altar ring from him. Plus, I want the pet. Might visit Leviathan for the ask. Leviathan looks free. Personally, I don't even think it's worth to go for natty rubies on Vardorvis. I know a lot of people get frustrated going for natty rubies on Vardorvis for like 3 hours straight. But honestly, I had to wait. It didn't take me that many attempts. All I did was go in, I scythed it twice. If I got it below 93%, I would double Void Waker, and that's it. That's all I did. And eventually got it. Didn't take very long. And that's a low bar, I think, 93% for the first two scythes, because you can like instantly get below 93 on the very first if you hit really big. Yeah, I didn't go for natty rubies on Whisperer. I think just a spec is fine. I'd be really frustrated if I did a bunch of natties and I didn't get it. But it was really fast as going in and out. This is launching like 2 scythes right away. Let's see. I mean, for me personally, I still want the KC, so every single attempt, which was only like maybe 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 of those like scythe resets, I would just finish the kill anyway because I want the KC. So I was never really frustrated when I didn't get it. It only took me like 10 kills for me. Like of that criteria, hitting below 93% on first 2 scythes. My team all plank? Yeah, they're gone. They're gone, man. And bring them back? Yeah. Here you go. They're back. You missed them? Well, this is the wrong chat to say that. This is not your CSGO chat. And just go in there and say I miss her. It's messed up. Speaking of CSGO, I had some dreams about playing CS again. Fun game. How long did it take you to work your way down to that few rests? What do you mean? I go in the raid with... This raid I went in with 8 restores. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't flick at all though. Like this run I don't flick. When I'm chilling I don't flick at all. I thought you was like 6. Oh, that was some... yeah, if I don't mind flicking augury at Zebak or piety at Kephri, I'll take 6 in. But recently I've been getting more and more lazy. I was just bringing 8. Not that big of a difference anyway though on the raid time. Like I'm pretty comfy coming in with 7-8 and going double power. Coming in with 6 and going power life is the same amount of comfy, if not even comfier. I just, at the time, I didn't know that Shadow was hitting 84 at 124 and 123, so I didn't do it back then. Because I had assumed if you go to 124... Oh, a little bit of lag there. I had assumed that if you go to 124, you would lose a max hit, so I always went double power. Considering I'm not really using DPS specs, this works out pretty well for me. Why am I back here so early? I'm tired, boss. 1622 of our Dorvis. All intent? Ew, why would you do that to yourself? I respect it. The new mid-game meta is go into Vordorvis with a tent, and it looks miserable. Back in my day, it was like mid-game, you got Vorkaf and Zolra. You can do either. Now it's like you got Vardorvis and that's it. And you have to stay until you get the altar. I mean, I guess ToA is also part of that. You could just do like ToA. Dwarfers is fun. True, unless you're there for like over 1,000 kill count, or you've been there for a few hundred kill count at a time. I still enjoy Vardorvis. I only have like 500 or 600 at him. Not that much. Awakened Vardorvis is like such a fun boss. Extremely tilting, but such a fun boss. Especially if we don't X skip. I wish I could like do that boss over and over without having to pay 1.5 mil for def. This is a slow raid. Can't complain about the drop rate though. Pretty good. Initial log, yeah. Where is my money? Yagex. What my log looks like. Bring back the Eternals. That's it. Am I doing more? I want to get at least one purple. I'm kind of upset. I'll put my log in the chat too. I only did a quick glance at it. Okay, see, did I get my first staff? Not sure. It was in normals. It was like when I was first learning ToA. I want to say like between 80 and 100 normals. And that's when the drop rates were terrible before they updated it to make experts even better. I can waste this one actually, it's not that bad. Hide from this one while I shoot this one. Yeah, I knew it. Those volatiles were gonna blow each other up. I didn't even bother attempting to mess with them. Solo groups. That was a groups. Back when we were first learning the raid. And then from there on out, we got a solo one something like 100 something later. 100, I think it was like, I'm gonna guess my 170th, somewhere between 100 to 200 expert modes. And then I haven't seen a solo since then. I messed up my cycle, I have no idea where I am. We're down Warden with Vandos? Yeah, you can. You probably need Altar Ring though, like, maybe not with Lightbearer. Well, I guess if you have Lightbearer, you don't have overly draining on, in which case you could 3 down it with DDS anyway. I keep messing up. I don't know where I am right now. Altar, if you're talking altar and overly draining, yeah, for sure. Oh, misclicked the rock. Lost tick. No. I think if I lost a tick, I'd do the 3-step unders. Nice. We adapt. Oh, I greeted it. Could be worse though. And that was troll. Should have done blue actually. Dang. First. I should have done dark blue there. Oh well. I'm gonna switch this back to quick use. That tick I save doesn't really matter in overly draining. So I'm gonna get the same amount of fangs anyway. Shadow like never hits. Blue's ticks pressing 1 anyway. Doesn't really matter. What? Swore I clicked the right tile. What? Misclicked again? Trash. Oh well. Be like that. Massive skill issue. Is Bone Dagger still bugged on Kephri? Of course. Of course. You think Jagex is fixing this bug any year now? Mark my words. Bone Dagger will be fixed on Kephri when they add a new invocation. I'll see you in 2026. Damn, should have clicked the agile. Good. If I can add an invocation, what would it do? Actually, my YouTube, if you look at my YouTube channel, there's a tab called Community. If you scroll down a little bit, there's actually a lot of invocation ideas I have. I don't know what I would do if I can only pick one. Like, I'm torn between adding gear diversity and actually making the raids more interesting, but I think I'm gonna go for raid interest. I'm gonna have to say... I have a lot of different ideas. Let me look at my Reddit account. I actually made a big ass post with like 1 billion invocation ideas. Let me think. If I had to pick a same, like one of them. I had to log into the right account. Let me see. Dang, there's a lot of good ones. Not a lot of people pick this one. Oops. I think I'm gonna have to go with Akka Daylight Savings. So instead of these guys spawning in and having all the same bar, like this bar here, the hourglass bar, they're all gonna start. I would like for them all to start offset, just like Daylight Savings, you know, times are offset. That means you have to drag Akka around the map, and each one of these guys are gonna explode at their own timing. Now, of course, this would be a static like amount. I would like it to like be like 80, 60, 40 or whatever for like the starts, like, so there's no RNG of them like spawning at like all like 1% about to pop, you know. And then I would like it to go either clockwise or counterclockwise. Ideally, that would like be RNG. It would either be counterclockwise or clockwise. That would be nice. So then you have to actually drag. You would actually have to be careful about like butterflying in the same quadrant over and over, because that quadrant is gonna blow up if you're just sitting there. So you gotta leave the quadrant just for a split second. But I have some other ones that I think would be nice. Like, instead of, I had an invocation where instead of Akka's normal melee attack, where he just, you know, like bashes the side of your head, he does a stab that you can dodge. Like, he does like a 2x1 stab that you can just dodge to the side. But the thing is, the reason that invocation was really made is because if you're just butterflying without thinking, you would just get stabbed. But you can also like time the stab, and you would actually, the melee would go to a potentially like no chip damage taken like spot, you know? Messed up this one bad, this transition. I need to remember I'm not supposed to move that way. What would you choose to replace the monkey puzzle? It wasn't really a puzzle, let's clarify that, but I wouldn't replace it. I would just make some things to make it more consistent at best. I think it's actually decently consistent already. People are just not good at it. And I will agree it's unintuitive to get good at it, but it's definitely not a like skill expressive room. Anyone who says it's like, most people who say it's a bad room say it because they're not very good at it. Like, just straight up. I wouldn't replace it. I would just make some things more intuitive for someone getting into it. I know a lot of people have suggested for it to essentially give you 100% roll if you're using the right style. I'm okay with that, but like only if they're also like decently juiced up to make up for it. So you kind of clear it at like a very consistent pace. Because if you leave it as is right now, I guarantee you most people who suggest and agree with that want that, except they want it to be the same HP as it currently is, so everything's gonna get breathed on and die. And I don't agree that's a good design. Because you do want some sort of reason to upgrade your gear, you know? To meet certain thresholds. And if you just let everyone one-shot everything and they keep their current HP, people are gonna do one-way switches and they're gonna one-shot everything, and I don't think that's right. I think people should be encouraged to do good switches in order to one-shot things. Like, that would be the only way I would agree with it, is if, let's say, the HPs are consistent throughout all invocations, not just from like 500 to 300. Or if they're gonna scale, they should set thresholds that are like targeted toward the majority of the player base, like 400s, for example. If you're not doing, let's say, minimum a 4-way switch, you should be punished by having to do 1 extra blowpipe shot, or like 2 extra blowpipe shots. That would be the only way I would agree with that change. Because if they leave it as is, they keep the HPs as is, people are gonna do what? They're gonna do 1-way switches, and they're gonna do the exact same speed as anyone else doing 4-way switches, and I think that's stupid. Thank you very much, Paziko. Like, I'm not even someone that sweats 8-way switches, by the way, but I want there to be incentive to switch properly, use your prayers properly. I'm a bit of a psychopathic demon. I unironically suggested if we're not going to remove the statue, make it an invocation that you have to repair the statue as one of the puzzles. Because right now we have repair the pillar, use potion on teammate, or use potion on floor. I think there should be another one where you just have to click the middle statue real quick. It'll be just like the pillars, where you just hammer the pillars, you just hammer the statue. Of course, if they were to like do anything like that, there should be like some sort of like AI in the shop, not the shamans, the cursed baboons, that they don't run a circle on the statue and poison the whole thing, but... Go away! Leave me alone! 20 years? Oh, that's a long time, man. I think we should, I think ToA could also use some more arena break attacks. I think arena breaks are fun. Like, imagine Zebak did these waves, but the arena was like a donut shape. So you can't just run through the middle, you have to, you know, run all the way around. But that would only work if, like, wave skip didn't work, because otherwise people just wave skip everything. Oh, I had a demon invocation for high level prayer flickers. It's called quick fire bursts. He'll basically, for Zebak, he'll basically not attack for a little bit. You'll see him like breathe in air, and then he'll just summon 3 tags really fast, back to back to back, double speed of what he currently is. So if he's level 4, he would do them in 1 tick succession instead of 2 ticks like this, and I think it'll be really fun. Like a quick burst of Leviathan. The projectile would be, the projectile speed would also be faster, of course, so you have less time to react, but enough that it's, like, doable. Definitely more time than Leviathan currently gives you, for its last phase. But the real demon of that invocation would be when you have to do wardens. It would do it while you're fighting wardens. So imagine you're like at P4 and you got a level 4 Zebak, and it just gives you a quick like range mage range while you're dodging rocks and shit. You just die. But that's not my most creative invocation. But I think it would be a fun one, because I just wanted something that interacts with Warden more. Kind of how Aerial Assault and Stay Vigilant kind of interact with Warden. I think ToA needs more of those, because Warden is kind of sleeper. Max Mage no Magus? It's probably better. I mean, you would just have to use a DPS calculator, to be honest. It's probably better just like that, like with no reductions on Seercull and stuff like that, versus 20 BGS. It's probably already better if you have Ancestral. Should definitely look into a Magus though, unless you're doing only team raids. Yeah, like most people think Warden is like pretty easy final boss, I would say. I would like a lot of vacations that interact with Warden. Hear me out. I would not mind prayers that also like, I would not mind for some of these bosses that were just like shadow checking or fang checking. I wouldn't mind some invocations that forced you to like use different gear more often, you know, like right now we're like maging Zebak or ranging it, but imagine there was something that if you mage Zebak for like 30% of its health, it would pray mage until you range it for at least 30% of its health. I like things that keep it diverse gear-wise too, because things that keep... I don't really care about forcing metas onto players. I care more about opening up metas to other players. So if, let's say, like that stab example, the 2x1 stab for Akka, one of the huge bonuses I had in mind when I designed that invocation was, okay, you have a melee attack that counters butterflyers, but it's also insanely nice for people who have no shadow, because if they're just skillful enough to dodge it every single time, instead of taking uncounterable, 13s or whatever from Akka, now they are suddenly taking no damage, but now they just have to dodge. Like, there should always be a plus and a minus. I like those double-edged kind of things. I think they're fun. Similarly, one of the suggestions I had was, why don't we lower the crush defense of Kephri so that instead of just Fang or blue cares, we have a little bit more available to us. Like Inquisitor's Mace could be the same tier as Fang, which would be nice. Or even better, wearing full Inquisitor with blue cares and putting that on crush would be BIS. So that if you're in like an Iron Man who's hunting Fang, you don't have it yet, you can still do 400s if you have like let's say a bludgeon. It's like kind of closer, But right now the gap between Fang, blue carrots, and everything else is massive. At least in this raid. Like, they made a stab raid and then all of the second stab options suck. Like, if you've ever done the math on Baba, the DPS difference between Rapier and Fang is like 40%. It's insane. How's it going, Velzen? Sending some raids. I've been thinking about the script for the second episode, but I've been kind of lazy on actually doing a take on it. Getting some clips and stuff. So I'm here doing ToA. Doing the cook? I haven't really cooked much, to be honest. I kind of gave up on that idea. I mean, I did learn a few things, but it wasn't enough to make a spicy content, which is why I ended up doing the Noob to Pro thing instead. I was like, I deliver something. And it appeals to more people anyway. I spent like 2 hours testing the Ring of Stone. Nothing. Nothing. Like, I was looking for some juicy time saves. Like, imagine I could skip the Baba shove and hit it again. So I was like looking for stuff like that. I did find out about that Undead Grasp tech, which is kind of nice for the ending. But I kind of suck at using it. I had to use it a lot earlier than I thought. Manaphyte Remedy was kind of cool. Using a 1-dose Manaphyte Remedy mid-Baba. That way you can keep the range and mage levels for Kephri. but you still splash anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it might be nice. I finally found out how to enter Kephri without losing, like enter Kephri in melee range to start. That was kind of cool. But you lose a tick outside at total time anyway, and the tick that you save doesn't really do anything in these 540s. It just lets you get an extra shadow in. Kinda meh. I would have to bring blue Karis to really make it shine. But I was like, you know what? A lot of people want noob to want a way to progress their ToA. I'll just do that instead. Maybe I'll learn something teaching noobs. And you know what I learned? I learned that blood bark armor exists. It's insane. Blood bark is insane. If you broke, can't afford arms, blood bark is the one. Did I show us 600? I am not doing medic. I do not care for medic. I might do a one and done for medic on a 450 for the transmog, but I am not doing medic. That is the worst invocation introduced in the game. You can't change my mind. Why do I run to the tiles in front of Warden? So before the very last proc going from P3 to P4, Warden will actually null your damage, meaning if, let's say, I hit a 80 and then I hit another 80, and the first 80 would have procced it into the next skull set, the second one will be completely wasted and turn into a 0. At the very end, however, going from P3 to P4 like this, you'll see I stand in the very far back. That's because Warden doesn't null that hit like before. So getting like 2 80s in P3 as you go into P4 means you might be able to squeeze in like bonus damage into P4. That does mean you'll be in P3 a little bit longer, right? But in return, you'll be in P4 less time, which is really nice because you don't really want to be like last row too long. So that's why I'm in the front for P3 for most of it, and then at the very end in the back. No way. We did 6 raids and didn't get a purple. Gotta get nerd logged. Every other invocations and medic off. What would that be anyway? What else would I turn on? I think medic is literally the only last boss invocation I'm missing. Guess I could turn on quiet. Yeah, that'd be quiet prayers. No, just up the timer. You just want to see me flick at Zebak? Bruh. Because the rest of the raid is the same. Why log out? I was about to get nerd logged. Sorry for asking so many questions, you're good. Rude. Somebody comfy on doing 350s and is planning on doing 400s. Would you recommend your video? Not the most recent one. I assume you know how to do feeling special. The series is meant at some point to help people go into at least minimum 400s efficiently, though. But I do already have a 400s video for both a Fang Trident. If you want to see that in the meantime. The new to pro series mostly, yeah, meant for basically like raising a newbie all the way up. I must have mistimed that. Look, my rain, thank you very much. come I don't outline my thrall? I just don't. Sometimes it means I'll forget, though, but... If I forget, I forget. I like to keep as much visual clutter as I can, like, on the most part. Obviously, I'll use tile markers, because I can't memorize every tile, personally. But if I can, I try to minimize, like, visual clutter. Yeah, I don't use visual metronome, yeah. Try to keep it as simple as I can. I don't need these anyway. Hey, that Seercull's an actual thing, yeah. It is really weird. Alright. That was dumb. I don't care what anyone says, that was lag. We blame Jagex. Can't be me. Never be. I think I messed up. I shouldn't have gone for that swarm. I should have gone for that one. I think. Or it might have been because I lost a tick earlier. I don't know. Could have been a little bit lower, about 40-ish. What would it take instead of double trouble keep back? What do you mean instead of? There's no instead of. It's either I'm taking them or I'm not. There's no other like replacement for it. You know? That makes sense. There, at this invocation I'm in, there's no either I'm taking it or I'm not. There's not like there's no second option. Like, I've maxed out the invocations pretty much at this point. Not like I'm gonna take medic or anything, so either I'm running it or I'm not. Maybe in a lower invocation you can think about it, like 500 maybe you could take like Pathfinder, for example, instead of double trouble keep back. Then you'll be at 530. So you'll be at 510. But I don't know. But yeah, 540s you don't really have a choice at this point. You're taking everything. You wish you liked ToA? Hey, you need to just reevaluate. What makes you enjoy a raid? Is it prayer flaking? Is it dealing with all the different mechanics? Is it the strategy? Like for me, Baba, I think Baba is pretty fun. 5-1 Baba at least. I think normal 6-tick Red X puts me to sleep. I think Monkey Room for me, I think it's more fun than Nilo. Not by much, but I think it is. I like the dynamic spawns. The only thing that pees me a little bit about dynamic spawns is sometimes you'll get, you know, like a lot of shamans at the end. That is the only real thing that annoys me. Otherwise, like the room. I think Wardens puts me to sleep for sure. I think Aka's alright. Ah, screw it, hit me. I wonder, I think I lost ticks trying to dodge it. But, I don't know. I do have some sample size for at least saying that. I have the 2k top KC cape. I like Nilo, but I think it's kind of unfair to compare in Monkey Room to Nilo, besides the spawns being static versus dynamic. Because Nilo gets stalled, like, not by like waves, like obviously in normal modes it feels fine, but actually no. In hard modes it feels a little bit better, but in normal modes you get, if your team is good, the waves are pretty much always going to come at the same time. There's not really too much going faster after like you get within, once you're within about I would say between 10 to 20 seconds of world record, you're pretty much like always gonna get that time every single time, other than boss. And I find out like kind of meh, because I feel like you're just sitting there waiting for more spawns and you kind of wish they could go faster in a way. Like your team is fast enough where you're not stalling, you're just at the pace that Jagex has decided is the pace now. That makes sense. Like if you've done leagues, you obviously understand like, oh, we are literally sitting here with no Nilos waiting for the next wave to spawn. It's like the most first world problem ever. It's like, oh, we're going so fast that we're just gonna have to AFK for the next wave for a few ticks, rinse and repeat. Then you one-shot the next wave, rinse and repeat. And I mean, just like every other content, you do it a few thousand times, 200 times, it gets boring. I'm not even at world record pace, but I could feel it for some waves where like we're going fast enough, where I just wish there were more Nilos on the map. Not even close to world record pace, obviously. I was never a speedrunner, but still. That's the only reason I think the comparison is a bit weird. You obviously have that same thing for Monkey Room where you're just waiting for the next wave, like especially the first few waves. But the dynamic spawns at least spice it up a little bit. For me, at least. More roles to learn? True. Learning all the roles is pretty fun. You're a top bandit, it is what it is. Be like that sometimes, yeah. I'll be honest, I'm trying my best to understand the Chambers Andes, and I can't. I can only understand enjoying Ulm. I do not see what is fun about the rest of the raid at all. I messed up my gear swaps. Smell at me. Take me out the game. What was the last one? Circle? Let's go. Like, I love solo Ohm, and besides him jatting me, and then I hate the rest of the raid. Dude, my transitions for this are so dog water this time. I haven't memorized anything. I'm gonna hope it's just back and forth. I think that's what I saw. God. Granted, I'm not that fast at it, but like, I mean, I've gotten sub 30 on it, I think, solo, or it might have been like 30 something. I'm like, and I definitely have a lot to work on Ulm, but I don't really care for getting that much faster at the other rooms. Like, I'm not bringing harm or Ice as an example. I don't think it's sub 30. I think it's pretty close. I mean, to be fair, sub 30 I think is not that hard. At least not these days. It was sub 30 after the changes, not back in the day. Might be like low 30s. Dude, I'm trolling this raid. Oh my god, how slow is that? I went from like a 420 blaze it. A 7-minute. I messed up a lot though, so it makes sense. The most enjoyable room for me in chambers outside of Ulm is crabs, and then I get bored afterwards. There's that big 20-minute gap where I've completed Tacton, I've completed crabs, and I am now bored of the rest of the raid. You need 3 down Coral Bandos. Yes. I'm pretty sure with Altar Ring you can 3 down just slapping it with like a rapier. I do understand people feel the exact same way about ToA. Like they're bored of Wardens. I understand it. Wardens is sleeper. I think Baba's pretty fun. 5-1 Baba's fun at least. And an efficient swarming Kephri is pretty fun. Like I'm not even doing that efficient and I still find it kind of fun. I don't think anyone really complains about Aki either. Really, you find P3 and P4 fun? For me, those are like the worst ones of ToA. But I guess everyone has their own opinion. I'm melting this croc. Try one Berserker, yeah. Berserker can be quite a different hit, quite a few hits away. The thing is, it's hard to tell if you have enough strength because you might be like a singular hit point or 2 away from hitting an important threshold. Get some extra hits in. But if you can't make of Altar for some reason, you can also try bringing an Elder Maul too for last hitting. Oh, I didn't even pray against that correctly. Kind of a noodle end. Whatever. If Jagex really wanted to, and they wanted to actually introduce some invocations to this raid, some new ones, this could actually be the best raid ever. But alas. Alas. We'll have people complaining that that's boring. And I cannot disagree, unfortunately. No shot. The Jack is not adding new invocations, no way. You can appeal to both audiences. Well, think about like how crazy you can get with invocations. The idea that you can add a modifier to a raid is innovative. All they have to do is give you cool modifiers that would make you enjoy the raid. Just let us go up to like 1,000 ToA. Let it happen. Without any filler invocations like League said. Yeah, you said Jaggers would release. Yeah, it's not happening. I'll be honest. But controversial take, but you like Meta Kephri? We'll let it slide. He at least opened up with what he with controversial. You know, the funny thing is, I don't mind the idea of Meta Kephri because if it's, I assume it was. I'm gonna give Jaggers the benefit of the doubt and assume it was a team-only invocation to start. People just decided to solo it, and that's fine. And I think there is nothing wrong with having invocations that encourage you to have teammates. I just wish they did better ones. That's it. I had an idea for a funny invocation. It's called Melee Madness, where all the swarms in Kephri would pray mage in range, and you have to melee them. So then you have to be very careful about where you dung. But they would fly a lot slower. And the only reason I invented it because I wanted to see everyone running around like mad lads with a ham joint. Those are good times. Like they would fly like, let's say half the speed, but spawn at the same rate. And then everyone's just running around trying to melee all of them. And then you see one Giga Chad with Dins take everything out. It'd be nuts. Swift Blade. Goat item. The OG. Let me look at some of the invocations I designed a few months ago. Oh, this one would have been really fun. The rolling boulders for Baba, instead of all rolling at the same speed, like a line coming toward you, they'd be at various speeds. So you might have like a really slow boulder and a really fast boulder coming at you at like running speed, basically. And eventually, as they get closer to like the middle or the bottom, you can get like a gap in between them and tile skip through the boulders instead of having to shoot one. That'd be lit. I think ToA could be the most chaotic raid in the game if they add, like, if they just make like a big expansion where they drop like 5 invocations, 10 invocations per boss. This could be the most chaotic raid ever made, but no. No. And they would have to interact with wardens. I would love it. I need more warden, more invocations that interact with wardens. What if you were in a team and these skulls that spawn 40, 60, 80s, they prayed? Imagine that. Or they were different colors. Like these guys, we have red skulls. What if we had green skulls and blue skulls and you had to mage or range them? So then you're forced to have like rolls. That would be lit. Or in a duo, you would, you know, RNG between 2 colors. And then you would have like a flex roll. Someone who's like, you're the switch guy. You will have to switch. The other guy will AFK on the other style. Yeah, War doesn't feel really like a final boss. Please know I'm colorblind. Unlucky dude. How do you do Nilo? How do you do Nilo if you're colorblind? He has to right click and read the name before he shoots it. You can see color. No, I respect it. You know, red and green, I'll be honest, not the greatest for colorblind players. We're gonna write on that. I think that's one of the more common types of colorblind, right? Having trouble seeing between red and green. Well, of course we can use different colors, but... red and green and blue and orange. Damn, you must not have a good time at Monkey Room. Can't even see them half the time. I wonder what the Fortis Coliseum is going to be like. They haven't spoken anything about it. I can kind of guess. I don't think I'm going to be a fan of it. But hopefully we'll see. Hopefully. Mid-level content? I don't know. I mean, it's got one endgame reward, the cape. You are right that the rest of the war's gonna suck though, but... At last it took forever, man. Ah, cape is an ammo slot? Really? Oh, that was a cape. 7 raids, no purple. Terrible game. The quiver you can store 2 types of ammo in. Well, I thought it was just an upgrade over assembler. I thought it was. All right, I'm taking a break. 7 raids, a lot of raids, especially with no money. See you guys later. Thank you for tuning in. I have to figure out what to do for that video soon.